Madam Clerk, it is now 6 o'clock. We can begin.
This meeting is now called to order. We have our roll call. Councilman Anderson,
Present.
Councilwoman Perone,
Present.
Mayor, Councilwoman Worthy says she is running a few minutes late.
Okay.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield
Present.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Present. Please proceed.
We will now have our flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mayor, we did get word that Mr. Bravogo will not be here tonight, but just so the public know that we will be combining the budget discussion from November the 22nd and the 29th at tonight's budget meeting.
Okay, I
Mayor,
appreciate
I
Yes.
have had a subsequent conversation with Mr. Bavogel, and he will be able to present this evening. He's going to go first,
Okay.
and then he'll have to leave, but he will be able to present this evening.
Okay, I appreciate it. So, well, welcome everyone. Hello, council colleagues. I hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving, filled up and was able to enjoy family over last week. As indicated, today we will be going over the budget discussions for the remaining departments. And I did want to acknowledge, I know Councilwoman Perone had asked, when council would do theirs. So I would say over the next month, we'll be going into executive discussions to talk about, what our plans are, for going for next year for the budget. So,
I'm not sure if we're supposed to be in executive session for that purpose, though. It's supposed to still be a public.
and no, it would still be a public. I mean, I'm just saying some discussions, even I'm talking about even sometimes if we have to talk, two of us at a time talk in between. Okay, I apologize, not executive sessions, just some discussions in between so that we can come up with our presentation.
And Mayor,
Concerning contract negotiations, it will be in.
Correct.
Mayor,
Correct. Yes.
I do apologize. I do see Dr. Worthy is now in the meeting, and I also need to read our compliance statement, please.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you.
In compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act, this is to announce that adequate notice of this meeting was provided in the following manner. On November the 9th, 2022, advance written notice of this meeting was posted on the bulletin board in the municipal complex and was emailed to the Burlington County Times, the Intelligencer, and the Courier Time on November the 7th. On November 9th, 2022, advance written notice of this meeting was filed with the township clerk. The clerk is directed to enter into the minutes of this meeting this public announcement. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And also I'd like to add to the agenda, there will be council comment as needed. Okay. All right, Mr. Harris, are you ready to proceed?
We are ready to proceed. Members of the mayor and governing body, once again, for clarity, under New Jersey statutes annotated number 4069A-96, during the month of November of each year, the municipal manager shall require all departments heads to submit requests for appropriations for the ensuing budget year and to appear before him at a public hearing, which shall be held during that month on the various requests. These budget hearings are in compliance with the state statute regarding the particularly Faulkner Act communities, and we are in compliance with our statutory obligation. First, this evening, we are going to hear from our Director of the Department of Public Works, Mr. Richard Bavogel, who will be submitting his request for appropriations for the 2023 budget year. Mr. O'Brien, if we can let Mr. Revogel in and put up his presentation, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm sorry, can you see my screen, everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Vogel, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Mr. Vogel, are you there?
I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm helping Mr. Bewolker.
Okay, no
Okay.
problem. Thank you.
I was trying to call him. Sean, can we maybe do human resources while you're trying to work out the logistics with
Yeah,
him?
Mr. Vogel, I'm gonna send him dial in instructions. So he's gonna talk by the phone and he's
Okay,
gonna watch the Zoom on his computer screen. So
okay. Did you get him that number?
Mr.
Sure.
Harris, if he's not, yeah, if he's not on in the next couple minutes, can we
Yeah,
want to?
Sean,
Yes, sir.
is he coming on? What's the story?
Yeah, so he just got the information to dial in, so I'm gonna assist with him getting on the phone.
Okay, 30 seconds. If not, then let's put up Ms. Retta and get her moving along, and then
Okay.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Councilwoman.
so while we're waiting for him, are we going to also go over the last meeting's agenda, or is it just the budget?
This is just budget for today, where it is just budget discussions today. Everything else will be added to the first meeting in December.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is it okay if we move on to Loretta?
yes, let's move on to Ms. Anderson.
Hello, Sean, am I on?
You're on.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Harris, Mayor and the governing body. I am presenting, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am presenting this evening for the Human Resources budget. And I would like to just read the brief narrative. Sean, would you please, next slide? All right, thank you. Our department mission is Willingboro Township Human Resources Department is dedicated to applying the best practices to recruit, train, and maintain current and future employees. The Human Resources Department partners with the New Jersey Civil Service Commission to provide ongoing training and skill development for professional growth and personal well-being. We also utilize webinars, workshops, courses, video presentation, and Civil Service EAS, which is Employee Advisory Services, in our comprehensive approach to providing the township with stable, well-trained customer service, customer-friendly staff that is dedicated to accomplishing the goals of and mission of Willingboro Township. Thank you, Sean. Next slide. My budget is not a lot, so I will just get right into it. My first one is awards and dues, which is really covering the cost for HR memberships for literature and brochures, which is just $500. And our next one is for travel expenses, which is normally just for the director to go to the League of Municipalities and any various conferences. And I say to be determined, which are none to be determined, but it's just there in the event something comes up that's within the grid of the monetary amount that's shared there. We have 2 new staff members that I am definitely sending to civil service training, and that cost is reflected also. And so for medical exams, we now have Fitness for Duty. It's an inclusion cost actually for all departments except for police and fire. Fitness for Duty examinations, return to work, evaluations, and psychological exams. It's all now included into the HR budget. And contractual is mainly just all the physicals for new employees, and anyone that has to take a physical through Virtua is a part of that contractual monetary amount, which is some of this is not all of the 9,000. It's actually 3,000. And then civil service learning management system is actually the online services that we get from civil service for employees to do online training, which is 9,000 collectively with that and the forensic physicals. Miscellaneous is just that, just unidentified items that we may need throughout the year that encompasses things in the office that we might have to order, that gives us that little leeway of ordering little things for the office to maintain the staffing needs and things of that nature. Next slide, Sean. Thank you. Thank you. Do you all have any questions at all?
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Anderson?
I don't, Mayor.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Mayor. This one was a little hard to, I guess, see before we have the full budget because there was no comparison as to where there may have been increases or decreases in any of the line items. But thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome. And I think that last year's presentation was delivered to you guys by Mr. Harris, and he would definitely be able to share that with you.
Okay. From your recollection, are there any major deviations from last year?
No.
Okay.
Other than the training, because we have 2 new staff members.
Okay, the training.
And also the medical exams, which Mr. Harris now has included into the HR budget for all of the duty, like the fitness for duty examinations, the return to work, and the psychological exams were always departmentalized. Now he put it under the HR budget.
Okay, so they were typically in different departments, just broken out.
Absolutely, absolutely. They're now falling under HR.
That is correct. It's our HR department that is responsible for seeing that those exams are carried out and recorded in their personnel file. But yet there were just smaller dollar amounts spread out through the different departments for that. I don't know if we were utilizing those departmentally or not. So I just combined them into the HR budget so we can get a better grasp of to actually how much are we spending for those resources.
Madam Mayor, I do have a question that came to mind.
Yes, Dr. Worthy.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if human resources would be the appropriate place for this to go, but I was curious about employee awards or employee recognition on a holistically. So for instance, the annual employee holiday dinner or end of year event that they may like to do, would HR be a placeholder for such an event? Or how could we, I guess, because I'm looking at the awards and dues, that's not going to cover it. I'm just looking to see the best place for something like that.
So awards and dues are pretty much categorized departmentally. Each department has a couple of $100 in their budget for recognizing different employees for different things. For example, when the gentleman from DPW retired after 38 years of service, we presented him with a plaque. So that's where that came from, our awards.
So I'm familiar with that, but for the employees during the holiday season or end of year or something like that, where collectively the employees are gathering, would that money be best captured in an HR line item, or if it would be best captured someplace else? I'm curious to know where it would go so that we can have employee recognition built into the budget somehow.
I don't know if that would be appropriately housed under HR. I could have a discussion with Ms. Eusebia to see, where something like that would be better identified.
Okay.
Because what we don't want is to put monies like that in a particular department, because then they become subject to a possible over expenditure in the OE line.
Okay.
So something like that, we would want separate, that it would be, a line item for that purpose only, kind of like special events.
Okay, I mean, if it's the will of council, I just know that in the past it's come up, employee events. And it was always a question of where the money will come from. And so since we're having budget discussions, I think if it's the will of council to set, some money aside, just figuring out, what the amount should be and where it should go so we can properly recognize our employees collectively.
Thank you, Dr. Worthy.
Thank you. I'm not sure. You
Yes.
guys have any more questions for me?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Next, I'm going to ask Sean if he would please put up the budget presentation for the municipal court. Ms. De Leon is not with us this evening to make a presentation to the court. The court has very particular rules and regulations about the court administrator and interaction with the governing body. Her budget gets presented to the court prior to being submitted to the township, and it gets their approval before it comes to us. So they have kind of already put their stamp of approval on her requests. But again, we are the funding mechanism for the court. So just to run through this really quickly, the municipal court is an independent branch of government, constitutionally entrusted with the fair and just resolution of disputes to preserve the rule of law and protect the rights and liberties guaranteed by the Constitution and laws of the United States. Our court processes cases for hearings. They accept payments, maintain records of criminal traffic, parking tickets. Sean, go through 2 pages, please. One more. Oh, there it is. Yep. Ordinances, health code violations, fish and game, weights and measures over cases only within boundaries of Willingsboro Township. The court is staffed with a judge, court administrator, 2 deputy court administrators, and a violations clerk. Sean, next page, please. Currently, their budget requests are as outlined. You see historically the numbers that they have put forth that you see in 2023. They're requesting $375 for travel expenses. That would be for lodging and training and things like that, different conferences that they attend. Printing, it's $5,500. Those are particularly for traffic tickets, special forms, cash receipts, and bail recognizance. Last year, or this particular year, there were a couple of instances where we did have to increase their appropriation over the $3,000 to meet their printing needs. So that was the rationale for the increase to $5,500 in 2023. The municipal court books and publishing, those are the code, criminal justice code, motor vehicle laws, and other publications, and instruction materials. They do get updates of those on an annual or regular basis. And this year they're anticipating $800 for those updated costs. A municipal court interpreter, that's for, Spanish speaking or deaf individuals, or we need any type of interpreter. Last year in 2022, we did budget $1,500 for that, but there was a massive need for these services this year, 2022. And we did go over that line item. So that was the rationale for increasing it to $5,500 in 2023. And the same thing with miscellaneous costs, the shred discarded materials and things like that. So their request in 2023 is $2,000. So the total budget cost for operating expenses for the municipal court for 2023 is $19,425. Any questions regarding the court? Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving right along, Sean, if we could go ahead and put up the finance department. and let Miss Eusebia Diggs in. Ms. Diggs, you are on mute, so you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
This evening, I'll be presenting the 2023 proposed budget for the Finance Department. How do I go to the next slide?
When you're ready, just say next slide.
Oh, next slide, please. Okay, so as we know, I think that's the wrong, presentation on here.
It's the one that you sent me.
I sent an updated one. Okay, I have it. I can share it. Okay, this is it, right? Thank you. Okay, so the Finance Department has 2, 3, 4, 8, about 8 staff members, and
Point of order. We're not seeing your screen, Ms. Diggs. If you're sharing, we're not able to.
oh, okay. Ooh, let me see, how can I share? Ooh, share. Okay, right here. This is it. Share.
Okay, we
See
can.
now, right?
Yes, we can see.
Good, thank you.
Mhm.
So the department consists of 3 offices, actually 4 offices. There's the General Accounting Office. We have the Office of the Tax Collector. We have Payroll. We have Purchasing. We have Accounts Payable. So for General Accounting, the focus is on the day-to-day financial activities, the inflow and outflow of township funds, deal with the processing of all accounting information, records accounts payable and receivable, fixed assets, payroll, inventory, and other accounting elements, financial control. We ensure the accuracy of financial documents or records, as well as their compliance with relevant state laws, statutes, and regulations. And we prepare and maintain important financial reports like the annual financial statement. We assist the auditors with that, the annual debt statement, the treasurer's report, the monthly treasurer's report, and financial information like those. So we have the Office of the Tax Collector. The Office of the Tax Collector is responsible for billing, collecting, reporting, and enforcement of all municipal taxes for the Township of Willingboro. We have the Office. We have the Payroll Office, which is responsible for maintaining payroll, pension, and other records for 337 full-time employees and part-time employees, which sometimes increases to a little over 400 during the summertime. We have the Purchasing Office, and these are all just general responsibilities. The Purchasing Office review requisitions to ensure compliance for the purchase of goods, services, and materials, equipment, and supplies prior to printing POs. And the office provides guidance related to bidding and pay-to-play contracts for the award and contract renewals process, review and prepare the applicable resolutions and necessary documents for contracts prior to awarding the contract. We have accounts payable. Accounts payable posts the municipality's financial transaction, the process invoices, verify financial data, maintains accounts payable records, provides other clerical support necessary to pay the obligations of the township, and processes the bill list for council's approval. Now going into our 2023 proposed budget. Beginning with the purchasing office, we have the purchasing awards and dues, $100 is being requested, and that's to cover the government purchasing agent association fees, annual fees for our QPA. The purchasing travel expense is $500, that's for the New Jersey League of Municipalities, the hotel stay. Office supplies, and this is for mostly the entire township. That's deal with Office Basic, WB Mason, and Amazon. We have printing, the purchase order, $10,000 purchase orders and envelopes for the township. Postage, this includes the pitney bowls, postage fund supplies, maintenance, and leases. Okay, for training, there's $700 being requested to our QPA to obtain CEUs, attend webinars in the league. We have purchasing contractual, and that's the contract for our 12 leased copiers, machines. That's $20,000. No, actually, that's for the printer, and then we have the purchasing lease copiers, which is $60,000. That covers the contract with Canyon, $16,000, Stewart and Commissary, $24,000. And miscellaneous is wherever is needed that is not up that does not wherever that is needed that does not form part of the above budget line. And the total purchasing budget request is $176,400. I'm going to tell you what it is, the difference from prior years once I'm done. Okay, so we'll go to the finance office. We have finance admin awards and dues, that's $380. And that's the GFOA, Government Finance Officer Association dues, the Tax Collector Treasurer Association membership dues for 2 employees. Finance admin travel expense, $1,500. 1,550, I'm sorry. That's hotel stays for the Government Finance Association Conference, the New Jersey League of Municipalities, and the TCTA, which is the Treasurers Tax Collector Association conferences. So we have office supplies, and as the bank deposit slips and checkbooks. We have printing, $200. Where am I? Okay. Now we'll move on to the tax collector of the tax collection office. So we have awards and dues, $300. That's the TCTA membership fees for 2 employees in the tax office. We have printing, that's the envelopes, the bills, the invoices. Those are no longer under the purchasing department. Prior years we had these costs, under the purchasing department. Now it's under the tax collection printing. So we have the ad, and that's for Burlington Times, and that's to advertise the tax sale, tax collection training, and it's training for 2 new employees and the CEUs for the tax collector. Contractual, we have the $1,000 for the counting machines that is used in the front office and the Microsoft system software that is used by the tax collector office. And miscellaneous is for any unforeseen needs that the office might have. So the total finance budget request is for 2023. We are proposing $314,530. That's a $21,850 increase from 2022. And most of this increase is due to the increase in for our Prom Point fees. That's the Prom Point is the time and labor system and the payroll system that we use. There's an increase in that. And we're going to even see next week, we're going to be asking for a transfer into that line because it was under budgeted. So that's the budget for the finance office, which is very basic. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer, council. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Diggs from the governing body?
I don't have any. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I just have one question for Ms. Diggs. As for next year, as we shift how we procure some things, I'm speaking, I guess, specifically for council. Is there any funding needed to for that adjustment?
You mean for council budget?
No, not for council budget, but how we is there going to be a shift on how we procure stuff that we may need? I don't know if I'm asking it correctly.
Yeah, I'm not understanding your question,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Okay.
You mean
Alright.
for the staff or for council or for the governing body?
Governing body.
Okay, to be
Okay, I'll
specific.
talk offline if so I can prepare my question a little bit clearer.
Okay.
Well, I'm not sure if you're asking this type of question, Madam Mayor, but I think what you're asking is a question I also had with regards to when the council is requesting monies for certain things that need to be paid. Recently, we had the convention that is an expense that is a part of our budget. However, when it came down to how the request is handled, emails that went to you, Ms. Diggs, the questions were delayed because they had to go through our clerk, and it seemed that it seemed a bit counterproductive because our clerk, I feel, should have some sort of management when it comes to purchasing things that the council is requesting, specifically because our communication is supposed to be strictly through the township manager and our clerk. However, the finance department, of course, is the house of the finances. So when it comes to credit cards or payments and things like that, I feel that there's a delay. And I wanted to know, as far as how can we make adjustments to the finance department whereby our clerk has more responsibility and management with regards to requests for purchasing certain items and different things that may be needed. I'm not sure if that was your question, Madam Mayor, but that is a question that I have.
Yeah, that was loosely, it's just the protocol, it's really the protocol, and are we set up, are we positioned for next year to be able to maneuver properly, but with a little bit more a little bit more, I don't want to say leeway when it comes to money, but more so with a little bit of more a responsibility for the clerk, as opposed to having to always go to finance. I think we need a little bit more agility.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So mayor and council, actually the entire governing body, we have to realize that municipal government works differently from any other entity. There are statutes, there are laws, that regulations that govern the way funds are handled in any municipality. Of course, as the CFO, I'm charged with the responsibility to be the chief custodian of government money. So it's not that I want to give a pushback, but I have to abide by these statutes. I have to abide by these regulations. Otherwise, the hammer is going to come down. This is not my money. This is not anyone else's money. This is public funds. So it has to be properly, regulated. Maybe let me give an example. Maybe we can come to the, because every department has their budget. Once we go through this process and we go through the process of introduction and finally adoption, every department head has the sole responsibility to govern, to manage that budget. So there are processes in place that we, that we have in place, let's say for requisition, a department here wants to make a purchase, of wherever, let's say for example, pay for whatever services that they need. That department has the responsibility to go and put a requisition in the system. And that requisition is requesting, can I do this? I want to do this, So that requisition is put into the system, in the accounting system. And then the CFO and the township manager has the responsibility to review and ensure that funds are available for, whatever request is being made. Once that, review and questions and everything are asked, then it goes to the next stage where the PO is created. And now it's authorizing you, hey, you can go ahead and do whatever. We have to abide by these regulations and statutes. You can't just say, oh, I want that and have it. So because there's a process, I encourage everyone to, make your request way ahead of time. You don't want something, you might need something, maybe, we all know what our needs are most of the time. You don't want to wait, in October, for example, you're going to need this for whatever service or product. You don't want to wait until September 30th to make that request, so it's a process. Then, for example, I would say the P card. I want us today to know that there is no credit card. The township does not have a credit card. We have a procurement card. And the procurement card is treated differently. It's not like your regular credit card. Like what you take to the store, you swap, and it takes the funds directly from your account. For municipal government, it does not work like that. The P card does not work like a credit card. So there are statutes and regulations that govern the usage of a P card because it's not a credit card. You can't just grab it. So we have policies in place where you have to fill up a P card requisition form. That form has to be reviewed. We have to make sure that the funds are encumbered, and then and that the prices are comparable. The QPA says that he grabs the P card form or request form and reviews and make sure that the price or whatever you want to purchase is very comparable to it's cost saving for the municipality. Then after that, once it's approved, the funds are encumbered, it goes back to the department that's requesting that. And then the P card is authorized, and the P card is for eternal use. So, and I'm encouraging everyone to please, if you have needs, don't wait until last minute, because yes, government is different. It's a process. I don't find it, I don't find pleasure in putting,
Ms. Diggs, let me interrupt you for just a moment, because I think what she's trying to say in a nutshell is that all departments follow the local public contracts law regarding purchasing.
Yes, sir.
Whether if it's Ms. Blajan's office or my office or Public Works, we all follow the same statutes.
Yes,
so
sir.
There is nothing that Ms. Blajan can do that would expedite a process anything differently than I would do. And Ms. Blajan would follow the same requirements and processes that any other department would. That was the purpose of implementing the purchasing manual that we adopted into ordinance a few weeks ago. So those processes are outlined and unilaterally put into local law for all of our departments, organizations, governing body, anyone that does purchasing through Willingboro Township to follow.
No, and I appreciate that. Hold on one second, Councilman. But I appreciate. I don't think any council person was saying go against the local law. We were just making sure we understood, and if there was any way to just make stuff a little bit more streamlined, that was the request.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure in this presentation that we're covered into anything that may or may not change. I don't know if anything will change. However, I do think the request, and please, council, correct me if I'm wrong, like any streamlines that could happen, not against the law, not against the local finance things, but just anything that can kind of streamline, because things do come up in government and sometimes last minute.
Right.
And we're just
so-
trying to balance it. That's all.
So we are looking into.
And Councilwoman Perrone had something to say. I apologize.
sorry.
Mr. Harris.
Yeah, because I had a few conversations with our clerk, and for example, I'll give a couple examples. When it comes to like food purchasing from, I guess, Acme or something for an event that's happening. Madam Clerk, is there a card that's ever used, or is it you using your personal card to do that?
Probably my personal card. There is not a card that I'm aware of that we.
Right, so that's what I mean, like that should never happen. And then another example is when we went down to the convention, a credit card is needed for certain things, such as fees that are charged, that they have their own fees. We are all aware that this event comes up yearly and the hotels are things that are paid that is in our budget. The council should not have to then come out their pockets, pull out our credit cards, pay for anything in advance, because we are very much aware that this takes place. In particular, with the hotel that I stayed at, they wanted, I think it was almost $700 that I paid up front, which that should never happen. And of course, we worked everything out, but going forward, that should never happen. As far as like, returning your receipts from gas or whatever the case is, that's different for reimbursements. But things that are events that are taking place, such as the parade event, different things that need to be purchased, it's not something that you can necessarily know exactly how much it's going to cost. However, the process that's currently in place, it works for the township because all of you are employees there. But when it comes to the council, we're not necessarily employees, we're elected officials that are amongst the same governing body. The process does not work. And so as far as the procurement card, the P card, what I'm recommending is that our clerk has access to the P card, whether it be a different card or whatever have you. But that process that Mr. Harris, that you said was just approved, I think you said a week ago, was the council take into consideration as far as what makes sense for the council? And because that part, I think we need to smooth that out. This way, getting things done, it's not so delayed. Like I said, I just put on a huge parade and there was a lot of back and forth. I don't mind process, but the process should work where it makes sense for council. So if I'm to work with the clerk, then she should have access to knowing what the budget is, what the balance is. I had asked questions about where we are with what's left over in the account. Ms. Diggs felt uncomfortable because she was on the email. She wants the clerk to know, and that's all fine. But the clerk needs more access, and that process, I think, needs to definitely be looked at where it makes sense for the governing body as a council. Because although we have a budget, I don't manage my own budget. The council doesn't manage our own budget. We know that we have a budget, but it's handled through the clerk, and then of course dotted line through the finance department. But there's some hiccups there that I'd like for us to smooth out, where the P card, which is what it's used, where the clerk has access to that.
Well, we can have this conversation at another time, because I don't know if this was really the designated forum for that.
Okay.
And I don't necessarily disagree with what you were saying. As long as everyone is in understanding that whatever we put into place must be compliant with the law and not at the convenience to any individual.
Excellent.
Right, of course. I mean, anything that I say on that, Mr. Harris, is with the law.
Right.
I would never ask you to do anything for me, particularly just as a favor because I'm your favorite councilwoman. No, I'm talking about anything that we're doing on council in the township is underneath the laws and what we're governed by, always.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm sorry I introduced it into the conversation, just to make sure that we had, as we're talking about budget, we had adequate funding to make sure if there was something that needed to be adjusted, that was requested at this time. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilwoman Perrone.
Okay. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Diggs, for the explanation. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So if there are no further questions for Ms. Diggs, we will move on to recreation. I believe Ms. Bolden is available. Ms. Bolden?
Good evening. How is everyone? Good evening, Mayor,
Good
Deputy
evening.
Mayor, Council, Mr. Harris.
Good evening.
Good evening. I am going to share my screen. Bingo. Okay. All right. So I am Dion Bolden. I am going to be presenting the budget this evening for Recreation and Parks. Sorry, my computer is a little slow. Here we go. There we go. Sorry. Okay, Recreation and Parks, we provide a wide variety of comprehensive programs, activities, and events in our
Point of
community.
order. I'm sorry, Ms. Bolden, I'm not seeing the screen. If you had it up before and then it seems to just.
And it went away. All right, let me see. Okay, how's that?
Yes, we can.
We good? Okay, all right, thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
So let's start over. This will be the budget presentation for Recreation and Parks. We provide a wide variety of comprehensive programs, activities, and events in our community, also offering beautiful landscapes and parks. While enhancing the overall quality of life. So here I will, I have the years of 2021, 22, 23, the balance that is currently.
I'm sorry to interrupt you one more. Your slide hasn't changed yet. We're still on the title page.
Okay, it's changed on my computer. Let me see. How's that?
I can see the title page. I can see the slides on the
You
side.
can see the slides on the side, yeah.
Not, you have to click on, I guess, click on number 3, or I think you were on number 3. Slide 3.
Hit from the beginning, Dion, see if that works for you.
Yeah, that's what I keep doing. I don't know what's going on.
Now, now we can see the whole.
There it is. Mhm.
Okay, it's still circling on.
So if you hit the arrow on your keyboard, like left, would it go to the next slide?
Well, maybe you can take control. For some reason, I don't know why it's not. I know we did the updates to my computer, but it doesn't seem like it's connecting. You got it?
Yep. So,
Okay, so let's just go straight to slide 3. So we won't have to do a do-over again. Okay, thank you. All right, everybody can see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I have provided you with the years of 21, 22, 23. Also showing you the current balance that I have in the line, and then the change in my request from 22 to 23, so you can kind of see the difference. So with the awards and dues, I'm asking for 1880. And in 2022, it was 3,600. So it's a change of 1,720. And basically, that's because there were a couple of things that were in this line that were actually reallocated to another line because it just kind of made sense. It didn't fall in the category of award and dues. And then also there aren't as many memberships or dues that would be due in 2023. As we go down to office supplies, the only thing that we have in this category is we have a machine that actually does banners and posters. And so with that machine, we actually order all of the supplies. So that's the paper, the specialty ink that goes along with that machine. And that's housed in this building. So the increase is actually $100 because we were a little bit short from 2022. We had requested $750, but the expenses going into next year would actually be $850 because we fell short by $90. For training, line 028, this year I'm asking for $1,200. Last year it was $3,400, so that's a difference of $2,200. And that's basically because we did a lot of training this year. I had an individual that completed a certified playground equipment certification, also a pool instructor certification, and then the clerical staff actually took some training on confrontational customers, emotionally charged situations in the workplace. So a lot of these trainings were very beneficial this year. And then next year, I would be looking to kind of do a couple of trainings that didn't really have a cost associated with it. The state kind of offers some. So we'll be able to do some webinars that wouldn't necessarily have a cost associated with it. And so I'm just asking for the $1,200 because we just have a couple of recertifications for other individuals that need to get recertified as a playground certificate, and also for the pool operator certificate as well. For the events line, last year it was 2,500. This year we're looking for 1,000, and the difference is 1,500. Again, with this line, there were some things that were actually placed in this line last year that have been since reallocated to the public events line that's underneath it. And so the item that this pertains to is kind of any of our programming. So say if we're doing an open house, maybe for boxing or wrestling or the fitness center. So anything that's kind of program related. Initially, we had some additional costs that were actually in this line that were more public events. So it kind of made sense to move it down to the line underneath. And so as we go to the public events line, last year we were looking for $5,000. This year it's $18,500. A big chunk of that $15,000 is actually part of additional money added to the budget because we are going into our 40th year of the Jazz Festival and the 50th year of the park. So we're looking to have additional events this year, like a summer concert series that we're looking to, maybe have bands and possibly have things at the amphitheater. We're looking to have additional things within Mill Creek Park. We're looking at like different bounce house events for the kids, a petting zoo, a fun day in the park. So those particular things are, of course, going to cost. So we're looking to kind of build those costs into this public events line as well. As along with the events that we normally have, like our Jingle Jangle Jam, our Trunk or Treat, our egg hunt, Black History Month programs, and like the different movie nights that we actually have. Next slide. Thank you. Program supplies. So in 2022, the ask was $3,000. This year, we're looking to kind of do the same, no charge. And this is basically any of the supplies that would be required for the programs that we have. We have been working, of course, with for the community garden, and also looking to actually add an aquaponics component this year. So dealing with those different things is going to acquire additional supplies, working with Go Grow. And then also, our regular programming that we have with camp, wrestling, boxing, baseball. So those particular things that we would actually need for those programs comes out of this line. Our contractual line, last year, the ask was $20,000. This year, it's $24,000. So that's a difference, the increase of $4,400. And right now, we just have a shortfall of the $2,397. And part of this is actually dealing with increased fees for the porta potties that we actually have at our location, inside the park. In the summertime, we add them to like Crystal Lake, Fairmount. So their delivery fees have increased. The fuel has increased. So with those particular things, the costs have increased. So we're just going to budget to make sure that we don't have this negative windfall next year. Building and grounds, last year it was $20,000. This year asking for the same, no change. And basically this line is to kind of tend to our parks, the baseball fields, the football fields, any replacement of playground equipment, pool supplies, anything dealing with basketball courts, the tennis courts, mulch, anything pertaining to our outside locations. And we kind of, as you see, the balance in that line currently is only $449. So we were able to utilize all of that money and still didn't get everything done that we needed to this year. Public events, which is the Jazz Fest line, normally, as you can see in 2021, 2022, it's been $50,000, and it has been $50,000 for a significant amount of years. And so this year, the ask is $100,000 for the Jazz Fest alone. Again, with it being the 40th year, there's an increase when you're talking about artists being able to acquire the artist early on. Just last year alone, we spent $63,000 in just artists, and that wasn't everything else that needed to go along with that, with barricades and T-shirts and things of the sort. So we're looking for an additional $50,000, and again, with it being the 40th year, we're just looking to add some additional components to the Jazz Fest this year that we haven't had necessarily in the past. And lastly, Juneteenth. Last year, the ask was $10,000. We're looking to possibly have asked for $15,000 this year, which is a $5,000 increase, and almost kind of like the same concept. Each year, we want to grow the event. And so growing the event requires us adding, additional things at times. And so we're looking to increase that amount by $5,000. And of course, with both of these things, we also look at the sponsorship aspect as well, making sure that we do have the packets to kind of go out to businesses or organizations. So we do seek funds for sponsorship as well. And so the total recreation and park request for this year is $71,830. And at this point, this concludes my presentation, and I am here to take any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Ms. Bolden. Dr. Worthy, your question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bolden, for the presentation. I didn't have questions, but I did have a comment. Or suggestion rather. I did see in other municipalities how they put together a sponsorship packet at the beginning, at the end of the year in preparation for the year that's coming. And they outline all of the events that are coming up for the municipality where there are sponsorship opportunities. And I think that that could be something that's really beneficial to Willingboro if we're able to figure out, you know, what those events are, where we even want sponsors and what the sponsorship levels are. And then the municipality is able to get funds for those different events throughout the year. And it's no surprise to anybody. And it'll also allow the municipality to attract different sponsors because it's put out up front what the asks are for the different events at different levels. So I just wanted to share that. I've seen it a few places and I thought that was a great idea.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That is a good idea.
Yeah, Dr. Worthy, would you share that with us? I haven't seen anything like
Sure.
that.
Yeah, I'll send it over.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Perrone?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Bolden. With regards to the swimming pools, I saw on there you had swimming pool supplies. I think last year and the year before, there were some requests for pool repairs. So are the pools now prepared and ready to go for opening? Or are there any things that need to be repaired for the pools?
We did change out the filtration system at both of the pools. We are looking for, there are some additional leaks in Country Club that we're actually in the process of working on currently. We actually have a gentleman coming out on Friday to help with plugging the pool so that, you know, we can kind of fill it up and try to find out where that leak is. Public Works have done excessive work on the pool with repairing a couple of the leaks that we did have. So yes, it's ongoing so that we can make sure that we kind of rectify these problems before we go into our next season. So I'm working closely with Mr. Bavogel so that we can make sure that we take care of any outstanding items that we need to fix.
So as far as the pool repairs, is that also, I think I saw 20,000. Has that been budgeted out as far as needed funds to repair whatever is found?
Well, I believe we have, and I don't want to speak out of turn, Mr. Harris, you can help. I know that we did have some repairs that were part of the capital project before. And I believe that there were some funds that were still in that line item that we are using to work towards fixing these remaining problems that we have at the pool. Is that accurate, Mr. Harris?
That is accurate.
Right,
And
okay.
there may be some additional capital investments in 2023 required to finish those repairs.
Okay, thank you. And then I noticed that the July 4th was not on there, and we had a few discussions with regards to Juneteenth and July 4th. So where are we with the July 4th? And I guess maybe it's a council question, or I didn't see it on your presentation, Ms. Bolden.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know to work that in. I wasn't sure if that was a council initiative, so I didn't work that in necessarily into my budget.
Mhm. So I guess Deputy Mayor, because it was her suggestion to combine Juneteenth with July 4th, and then we had another meeting where we discussed, it was supposed to be a takeaway to find out July 4th and the expense. So Deputy Mayor, where are we with the July 4th and the Juneteenth as it pertains to the next year coming up, 2023?
If that question is posed for me, my position stands. I will support adding fireworks to Juneteenth, but I am not in favor of adding another event to the township calendar due to the large expense.
Also, I think that also, Councilwoman Perrone, I think your team was supposed to come back with a cost for the July 4th stuff, because I don't know, I don't think Deputy Mayor was supposed to come up with a cost.
Oh, no, it was supposed to be, Deputy Mayor was gonna look into, I guess, some expenses, because the cost was already presented. The cost for the fireworks, I had given the cost for the fireworks. We contacted the company that does the fireworks, and the expense for the fireworks by alone was 15,000.
Right.
And the recommendation of the deputy mayor was to use the fireworks for Juneteenth and do away with July 4th altogether, period. So with Ms.
Well, it
Bolden's
wouldn't be doing away with it because we don't currently have anything for July 4th.
Right, not this year. And we haven't, it used to be an event that was something that was part of the municipal
Yeah,
budget.
but it hasn't been for a number of years.
Right, and then so basically, to my understanding with the conversation, the suggestion that you had made, Deputy Mayor, was that to not, and I think I'm hearing you say the same thing again this evening, you're not in favor of having July 4th or adding the July 4th to 2023. However, use the firework money for Juneteenth. And so that would be, is that, am I understanding you correctly?
No, not entirely. If we wanted to add fireworks, my suggestion was to enhance the standing event that we have at a lower cost versus add an additional event township-wide that would cost more than just the cost of the fireworks. So that was my suggestion, but I did not have a takeaway for that item. I made a suggestion and I did state my position and what I would support.
Okay, so so if I'm understanding you correctly, you're not in favor of having July 4th for 2023.
I am
However,
not in favor of adding an additional event to the township calendar.
right, the July 4th event, the additional July 4th event for 2023, you're not in favor of having July 4th for 2023. However, Juneteenth, which is currently on the calendar, adding some fireworks there at a cheaper cost. Did I get it right?
I am in favor, if you would like to do fireworks, I'm in favor of enhancing our already independence celebration that we have standing, as I said previously, yes.
Right, okay, so, and then with, I guess with the rest of council, the committee, you know, again, the takeaway was to speak with the committee, which we did. We're a committee of 5. We did present a letter of our position as far as what we think about July 4th and the culture of Willingboro, which by the way, we are a culture of multiple ethnicities, backgrounds, religions. It's not just one African-American community. And the independence, right? So the independence of America is the July 4th of America. And so
right,
it is something
and
that
my point was that not all people in America were free on that day. That is why I support the freedom of all people in America. It's not a race-based thing. It is all people of America were free on Juneteenth. And that is why I support that initiative. It is not that I want to cancel July 4th. It's not that I did not support July 4th celebration. There are many July 4th celebrations that happen in neighboring communities. We had our own July 4th celebration for a number of years. And now as a community, we have started to hold a Juneteenth celebration. And I am in favor of that. And I also am in favor of us supporting and patroning our neighbors around the county on July 4th, as we do not have to hold individual celebrations for each and every holiday.
Right. So, and I'm in favor, I think we're all in favor of Juneteenth. I think the entire community is in favor of Juneteenth. What I'm speaking of specifically is July 4th. So I heard your position, and Deputy Mayor, with all due respect, I would like to hear from the rest of council, their position with regards to July 4th.
Okay, and I think this can be a conversation for our next meeting because we're currently doing budgeting for recreation.
But that's part, so I'm sorry to interrupt you, Madam Mayor, but this is the Recreation Department. And the reason why it's appropriate to discuss this now, even though it's a sticky topic, is because the recommendation from Deputy Mayor was to add fireworks to the Juneteenth. But according to the Ms. Bolden's presentation, there was not a budgeted item for fireworks for Juneteenth. That's one point. The second point is there was not a July 4th event, period, on her presentation. And it's not Ms. Bolden's fault at all, because we need to discuss, as we're doing in this setting, because we are positioned to meet today, the 5 of us need to discuss whether or not we, as the majority, are in favor of having July 4th. And if we are, then that needs to be worked in as far as financial aspects.
That can be worked into the events and parade. That's like Veterans Day is not on the recreation thing because parades and events was handling that. So again, that was initiated. That was a parades and events, not a recreation initiated event. So that would fall under parades and events. Ms. Bolden was not commissioned to add that to her list of things to do. Not saying that that couldn't be worked out, but that wasn't her, that wasn't her task.
Right.
So again, I'm putting July 4th, that was a request from events and committees for events and parades versus a recreation function. Council Deputy Mayor just suggested, and that wasn't even a vote. That was a suggestion that if we wanted fireworks, perhaps to save some costs, we can add them to the recreation Juneteenth, which would still come from our budget, which would still come from events and parades.
Okay, so here's the thing. The other thing is the parade and events committee, we think of different events to do, right?
Mhm.
Now, the July 4th, because it hasn't happened in so many years, we suggested having it. But when it came to the expense and what was allocated for the parade and events committee budget, it was the entire budget. So therefore, that's why I brought the concern to the council to let you know that this is something that needs to be decided very soon for July 4th, because we have to give a deposit for next year. And so, again, I hate to keep reiterating myself, but then the suggestion was that we just not have July 4th. And that was one person's recommendation, right? And just and it's not just only the fireworks, but just to only recognize Juneteenth and not recognize July 4th in Willingboro. The recommendation from Deputy Mayor is go to other townships and recognize July 4th, but Willingboro is not going to recognize July 4th if she's not in favor of it. And I heard her position. So
right, and but you're positioning it kind of weird, and that's not right because we've been on council since 2020. We haven't had July 4th for a while, so it's not. If we didn't do it next year, it's still. It's not a hit against July 4th, and there are surrounding things. So just don't position it in.
I reiterated what she said. I didn't.
Okay. Fair enough.
What I'm saying is, we do need more. I'm in favor of having July 4th.
Okay.
Either way,
Got it.
whether it's going to come from the recreation department of budget or it's going to be a collaborative event, we need to decide.
Okay.
And I need to hear from the rest of council. Do you want to have July 4th? And this is a recreational event. So as far as which budget it comes from, it has come from the recreation department years ago as well. It wasn't necessarily
understood. But what we're talking about is events and parades. It was initiated from events and parades. So that's what it would fall under. So if you can poll, you can ask the other council members whether they want if you want to squash it right now, we can do that.
Yeah, let's just do that. If we can just go around the table. Whoever you want to select, Madam Mayor.
All right, so I would say for next year. Okay, got you. For next year, I'm in favor of not having it only because I see that we're going to be pretty full for next year, considering it's our 50th. So I'm not against July 4th in particular, but I think I can, bypass it for 2023.
Okay. Councilman Anderson or Councilman Worthy.
Is this a motion?
No, I'm polling the board. Excuse me?
Is it like a straw poll or?
Well, we need directions. I'm just trying to have a direction of where we're going with this particular event, July 4th. I heard from two, does the rest of council or the majority are in favor of recognizing Independence Day of America in Willingboro, the veterans community? Is the rest of the council in favor of July 4th in Willingboro, not Delran, not Cherry Hill, Willingboro?
So are you making a motion?
No, I'm asking.
No, you have to make a motion if you're asking.
I was just asking what your position was. It's not. Do you want to make a formal motion? Okay, I'll make a formal motion. The motion.
Can't do any formal action, y'all. We didn't.
Yeah, there's no formal action.
This is a time-sensitive matter. I did bring it 3 times to the council. Again, if we are going to do this, it's important that we make a decision now because I have to give a deposit for next year. So I guess Councilman Worthy, what
For
is your
fireworks,
position?
these,
Well, July 4th, it's more than hot dogs, right? So the biggest
fireworks.
elephant in the room is the cost of the fireworks. So Councilman Worthy, are you in favor of July 4th for 2023?
I don't like how the conversation is being positioned or the sound bites or the antics, but I believe that if we're going to do something for July 4th, I would like to partner with a neighboring community and not do something just in Willingboro. So I support July 4th. I don't have, nobody on the council is against July 4th.
Okay.
I'm looking at the way to optimize the funds for our municipality so we can be financially prudent. And I think that there's an opportunity to work alongside, even if we say we want to do something with the county, where the county is doing something, or a neighboring municipality or an organization that might take the lead for the 4th of July and work together. So I have no issue with the 4th of July. I am a combat veteran. I do support the veterans. I support the independence of America and all Americans. I'm looking at being financially responsible and would think that it would work well to be able to celebrate with other organizations and or other communities without us having to do it. I appreciated the Veterans Day parade and that event. I thought that was it was nicely done by a very exclusive group. And I think that doing more events where we can get the community involved is great. I just don't think that we should add the 4th of July exclusively for us, given the list of events that we have already and the level of effort. And now we understand the amount of money it takes to do the Veterans Day event. So if we're going to keep Veterans Day parade and events and all of that, I don't think that we should also duplicate with a 4th of July celebration.
All right. So, and respectfully, Councilman Worthy, we can only speak about budgets for Willingboro. So however, the thought of doing it combined with Delran, Cherry Hill, that's a thought, that's a dream, that's maybe 2024 conversation. But this year, this budget is what I'm asking about. 4th of July for Willingboro. Are you in favor of 4th of July for Willingboro in 2023?
Thank you. I provided a very comprehensive response to your question.
So you're not in favor of 2000. So in closing, you're not in favor of July 4th for 2023 in Willingboro.
I provided a very comprehensive response,
so
Councilwoman Carone. I'm not playing the games with you.
You said no. I got your response.
Restate my response. I provided a comprehensive response.
And I just said,
and it's not truncated into just a handful of words that you've picked from the conversation. You're losing the essence. You're intentionally misrepresenting what I said, and you're intentionally trying to misrepresent my comprehensive response to your question, and it's not well received. And I reject the notion of you trying to purposefully misrepresent my response, which was very comprehensive.
Okay, I'm sorry you feel sensitive about what I stated.
Not sensitive.
In my understanding,
not sensitive
you're
at
not
all.
in favor, and if I'm wrong, then please correct me. You're not in favor of July 4th in Willingboro with our budget for Willingboro. You're not in favor of July 4th this year, 2023, with our
okay,
budget.
You can move on to Councilman Anderson.
Right, please, Councilman Anderson.
Yeah, I too am not in a position to support it this year because we have I believe it's the anniversary for Mill Creek Park, which is something that we haven't had in years past. So that's an additional event added to this year's budget, being that we are doing Juneteenth. And as it was stated earlier, we haven't had an event for 4th of July for at least 10 to 15 years that we've had anything to celebrate. So as it stands now, I cannot support it with the anniversary for Mill Creek Park coming up. I just think we'll just be doing too much in a short period of time. And once again, in an effort to be fiscally responsible, I cannot support it for this year. We can revisit it, but for this year, I cannot, based on all the events that we're looking at.
Okay, and that's fine. And you all spoke eloquently, and that's all I'm asking. So it's dead in the water. No 4th of July. but we all have an understanding, and that's it. So we can move on to the next topic.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Before we do, Madam Mayor,
Yes, yes,
may
go
I
ahead,
make a
Dr. Worthy.
comment?
No problem.
My comment is just that I think that as a body, when we're working together, it's helpful when we try to find points of connection instead of trying to pick apart what each other is saying to find where we're not in agreement. Just working together collaboratively, understanding that we all have our own points of view, we have our own perspectives. I get it. We're not a team. We're a collective of individuals. I fully understand that. But just in terms of working synergistically, it works well to actually see where you may agree and connect instead of continuing to highlight the differences, because it makes it feel much more like an intentional effort to misrepresent and to be very divisive. So I just like to share with the group, just my comment, as we continue to work forward for however long we're going to work forward together. It's helpful to actually see where we connect, so the community can also see that we have points of connection, and we work together towards accomplishing the common goals instead of continuing to pick apart words and the essence of what we're saying and find points of divisiveness. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, and Madam Mayor, in closing, yes, Councilman Anderson is correct. We have not had July 4th in a number of, maybe it's 10 plus years, but it's not because the reason is because it's never been budgeted in. So again, this year, we are looking at the budget and it's not important to us this year. That's it. So
That is not what
important
anyone
this
has
year.
said. That
It's
is
not
not what
important.
anyone has said, that it is not important.
And you
Not
understand.
important to the majority. It's not important to the majority for this year. Maybe next year. That's what everybody's saying.
Okay,
Maybe next
okay,
year.
Rebecca.
Right.
All right, yeah, we have, and as a council person, you understand we have many nuances and many priorities. We all understand that.
Honestly,
So
independence of America is important regardless of what happened in
Stop,
history.
stop, don't do that. Just go ahead. This is a budget meeting. Let's just
We've
go.
already stated our opinions. I already said we can move on to the next. We're not going to always
Listen.
agree. You have to understand that too. We're not going
We
to always
understand that.
Don't do that.
We listen to each
We
other
understand.
respectfully. We can listen to each other respectfully, and that's it. And we move on. So it's
Okay.
okay.
All
One
right.
out of four. It's okay. I'm not hung on it. It's
Mr.
a dead
Harris,
order. Maybe
who's
next
next?
year we can move
Yes.
beyond this.
If there were no other questions for recreation,
Appreciate it, Ms. Bolden.
we can
No problem. Thank you.
move on, but I just want to refresh your memory that these hearings are actually department hearings making their requests for 2023's budget, at which the council can add to or subtract from when they finalize the budget. None of these requests or monies are spendable until this budget is actually adopted sometime in 2023. So whatever monies that would be required for deposits or whatever would actually have to come out of the 2022 budget, which we are currently working in. But I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that these are just the department's requests for funding and not establishing the overall budget for the whole township in 2023.
Thank you.
So with that, I will go into my requests, which are a little.
Did we lose Mr. Harris?
We lost Mr. Harris. We're gonna wait for him to get back in.
Right at the good part.
I don't blame him.
Okay, now I'm back.
Okay.
Okay. So like I was saying, I represent the Township Manager's Office, which is comprised of communications. And right now I will be presenting the budget for our IT department as well. So I will share my screen. And here we go. So the manager is actually the chief executive and administrative officer of the municipality, who oversees all ordinances, resolutions, and policies that the council put forth, and all state laws subject to enforcement by municipal action are faithfully enforced and executed. That's what goes on through this office. So to do that, these are my budget requests for 2023. And as you can see, I have included historical numbers and exactly what was expended to date, which is the end of October when this was prepared, and then my 2023 requests, which I'll go through. So for awards and dues, which is pretty much for employee recognition, as I was explaining to response to Dr. Worthy's question prior, I'm requesting $500 in 2023. For travel expenses to the League of Municipalities, I'm going to ask for $1,500 for my department, which would include the travel expenses and hotel accommodations for myself and my executive assistant. Part of that expense was included in training for this year at $610. That would actually be encompassed under that travel expense budget. However, for training this year, I am going to ask for $3,500, which would encompass office and staff development. In 2022, we were able to put on a few training opportunities. There was an ethics training for our department directors. They all participated in training from Stockton College. One was in developing a workplace culture, and one in motivating employees. And then we did host a training for our DPW department, managing change. As you know, there's going to be a lot of transition in that department in 2023. So, I would like to continue to develop my office personnel and directors as well. For managerial contracts, those are different contracts that we have for different processes and programs utilized in the manager's office. Next is our Office of Communications. Last year, that budget was kind of accumulated into one lump sum. This year, I asked that it be broken down into two areas. The first one being the Office of Communications, where we are requesting $35,000. That is the area that covers the printing and the posters and the different flyers and different actual tangible work products that our communications department puts out. And then I asked for a communications contractual line, which are the softwares and programs like GovDelivery and that we utilize to utilize the different processes and programs that we are using here in our office. So my total budget request for the manager's office in 2023 for operational is $85,500. Next is our IT department. And again, we'll go through, there are some things that I don't really understand what these acronyms are, but Sean is on board and he'll be able to answer some questions if they arise. So for travel expenses, again, $500 for the New Jersey League of Municipalities Conference. Our online services this year, we're going to request $24,807. Again, this was kind of a breakout of lump sum figures to be a little more definitive as to what the different expenses are in that department. Training, that Sure Scan and ClearPoint, that was a carryover from the last slide, but I did want to include $2,500 in this budget so they can continue to be stay current and updated on different technologies and things that are available in the IT world and be educated as well. Office equipment, this year we were requesting $2,000 just so they have the things that they need, laptops and peripherals to do what they do. Network equipment, we're going to ask for $1,000 for the same. IT contractual, that is the biggest line in this department. Those are the annual contracts for Edmunds, WIP, which I don't really know what that is, Office 365, which is about a $70,000 a year contract within itself. So that are all of the annual contracts that we pay into for IT services. $5,000 for equipment repair. If you notice in 2022, we requested $5,000, but actually spent $6,634. However, we did invest in a substantial amount of computer replacements for 2023. So I do believe that that expense will come down a bit, but there are other things like our camera systems and things like that that still need to be maintained. And again, we had requested $1,500 in miscellaneous just for things that don't necessarily fit into any one of these particular categories. So that comprises the budget request for the manager's office, communications, and IT for 2023.
Okay, is there any questions from the governing body for Mr. Harris? Councilwoman Perrone.
Yeah, so the online services of $24,000 sounds like it could be July 4th expense. So can you just explain to me VEEM, VEEM, MAAF, MDM for online services this year for $24,000?
Right, and Sean, that's what I'm going to ask you to outline what those are.
Sure. Hey, Councilwoman Perrone. So Veeam is a software that coordinates and automates backups for various devices like servers, firewall configurations. So that automates the process and schedules the backups out to our data domain appliance. MIS 360 is a MDM, a mobile device management solution. So that will enable us to remotely manage our Samsung iPhone devices, iPads, and laptops. So we can automate updates, push out software, manage the Apple IDs on those devices. So it helps IT department as well as our end users.
Okay, so what were we doing the years prior? Because this year is 24,000. So we did have cell phones and, Apple equipment. How were we managing that process before?
It's a manual process that is a big inconvenience to, the IT department as well as users that are having difficulty. Those users will have to bring in the device, take, time out of their day when some of those functions could be done and resolve remotely.
Okay, and then the IT line item for $200,000. Why wouldn't that be able to fit underneath there?
I would guess it would depend on the category. Let me see. I think Mr. Harris could elaborate on that.
Well, we can put it under there, or we can put it under online services. I think it is just better identified under online services rather than under IT contractual. That's the only reason it's separated out.
I guess my question is the IT contractual. For me, it's information technology. And so therefore, why isn't that service already doing the features that Sean just described?
I don't understand your question.
So on your slide, you have online services for $24,000. Then you have IT, get the whole category, but for $200,000. So why isn't that the services that are provided for the $200,000? Why isn't that they already backing up the system, backing up the information? Why isn't that already part of the company that we're using for that $200,000? Why isn't that not a part of it?
Well, the $200,000 is the category total of IT contractual. So though that is the sum total of our anticipated expenditures for different things like our admins and our Office 365. We have contracts for those services. And again, those online services could be incorporated under contractual, but I thought this was just a better mechanism to identify or more clearly identify those types of services that we are utilizing.
I guess my question, I apologize, let me try to be more specific. Why isn't that the companies that we're using for the IT contractual, why aren't they able to provide that service?
Well, because Edmunds is our finance company. They're the ones that take care of all of our finance software. Office 365 is the company that handles our email and different services or programs that we use like Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint. That is not what they do. Veeam, those are services that provide specific services related to things that we do online. So it's not that these companies, that's not what they do.
So you're okay. So you're saying Office 360 is not capable of performing or creating a backup to our emails, is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is Office 365 is Office 365. They will back up Office 365 components, but they won't back up the server that's in the JFK Center. Edmunds is our software, our financial software provider. They provide the backup for our financial software, but they will not back up the second server down in the police station. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Harris, for the IT budget, would this cover any updates or enhancements needed for the JFK Center, our microphone systems, and the internet, the internet there? I know we get a lot of complaints about the internet service within that whole building.
So if there were internet performance issues, then yes, we can investigate those performance issues. And yes, those costs to correct those issues would be covered under these budgets, yes.
Okay. I mean, I would just point to record, I think it is established I would hope that, I would ask that you investigate the internet service over at Kennedy. I know we had issues when we had some functions over there recently.
We will.
Thank you. Anything else from council? Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Bavogel is back and ready to do his presentation.
Okay, perfect.
All right, Sean, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Rich.
Okay. Sean, can you put up my presentation for me?
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, council members, Mr. Harris. I'm going to present the 2023 budget presentation for the Public Works Department and the Facilities Department. Go to the second slide. Department of Public Works is responsible, and hang on one second, how do I minimize this over here? We're responsible for the maintenance and repair of township infrastructure and maintenance of the township's building assets. Additional areas of responsibility include contract management, tree maintenance and removal, contract administration, and snow removal. You can do the next one, Sean. We also execute the recycling coordination with the Pearl County OTC, road maintenance, line striping, sides, pothole repair, road maintenance management program, stormwater infrastructure maintenance, including inspection and repairs, and a leaf collection program that collects approximately 7,000 plus cubic yards per year. Next slide, Sean. We're also responsible for stormwater sewer maintenance and drainage area MS4 compliance, street sweeping in support. We support township events, supported the township recreation department functions, including banquet facility setups, and that's almost every weekend, including recreation, sports field maintenance, pool maintenance, and litter abatement. Next one, Sean. I'm also, as the Director of Public Works, I will work as directed as by the Township Manager to coordinate any projects and programs as with the Township Engineer as directed by the Township Manager. Next slide, Sean. Our staff consists of 34 budgeted full-time employees. There's Director of Public Works, the Assistant Superintendent of Public Works. We have 2 clerical personnel, one supervisor of Public Works, 1 supervisor of garage services, and assistant supervisors of Public Works. We have 4. That's part of the succession plan as the supervisors of Public Works and the supervisor of garage services leave. Those assistant supervisors of Public Works have the opportunity to move into those roles. We have a supervisor of park maintenance. We have 3 mechanics on the books. We currently have 2 of those positions open. We have 1 Public Works repairer. We have 9 truck drivers, and we have 10 laborers, which we currently have 3 open positions. We currently filled 3 open positions. Next slide, Sean. The facilities department is responsible for the overall maintenance and repair of the township's building assets. Additional areas of responsibility include contractor management and capital project overview. Next one, Sean. It consists of 3 full-time personnel. There's the maintenance superintendent, there's an assistant supervisor of DPW facilities, and a clerical person, which was one of the 2 clerical people that I listed as part of the DPW staff. Next slide. So DPW administration and street and roads, you can see in 2021 and 23 for the training account, we're not asking for any additional funding. It includes necessary to keep the public works director and superintendent abreast of current best practices, as well as maintaining any CEUs for their CPWMs and any other certifications they're required to hold. And then miscellaneous expenses usually involves travel to the municipal league, and then any other miscellaneous items that may come up in administration. Next, Shirley. Under streets and roads, I can move this for a second. I got something that's in the way. Okay, I apologize. Streets and roads for awards and dues, those are memberships in the American Public Works Association, the Public Works Association of New Jersey, ANJAR, which is the national, ANJAR is the National Recycling, New Jersey Recycling Cooperation. That's $500 and no increase there. We asked for an increase in travel expenses for all employees for attendance to the League of Municipalities, Public Works conferences, and miscellaneous meetings, which would include tolls, parking, and meals if required. In training, we'll be needing to do new supervisor training, CEUs for certifications. Someone will need to get a CPWM. We have certified recycling professionals. We had 2 individuals that trained this year under this year's budget, and then individuals need to be trained for stormwater certifications. Next slide, please. For clothing and equipment, we've reduced that substantially. We're no longer using the contractor that we were using. We went to a different uniform service and less provisions. We're basically providing pants, and we're reducing that by $25,000, but those are required by collective bargaining agreements. And that line also includes safety equipment, our personal protective equipment, and any first aid supplies that we require. Licensing and registration, those are more for building life hazard issues, but I believe most of those are going to be transferred over into the inspections department. Small tools, those are just small tools for miscellaneous things that break during the course of the year, impact wrenches, different handheld tools that we use in the mechanic shop. We kept that line the same. And signage, street signs, repairs and replacements. We did not make a lot of progress on that this year. We anticipate that we will have to invest about $4,000 to $5,000 to increase the signage on Veterans Parkway to be to the new standard, which is 6-inch lettering. We're in the process of doing that, but we'll be putting money in the capital line. We'll be requesting money in the capital line for some of that funding in 2023. Next line. Public events. This is in support of all the different public events which have been talked about tonight. And it's more for physical assets, township flags, barricades, and then any other physical things that are required to support the parades, jazz festival, and the Juneteenth celebrations, or any other public events that take place within the township. We asked for 500 more for that area. Medical exams, the 098 account. This includes all of our CDL med card exams, and all employees that hold a CDL either have to be physically reviewed once a year or twice a year, depending on the medications that they take. So there are some employees that go every year, some employees go every other year. Fitness for duty exams and new employee hiring physicals, all that money's been transferred over into HR. Under equipment, this is miscellaneous equipment that we use within the department. We've asked for no increase in that line. Contractual, the 132 account, we requested 100,000 in 22. We're close to spending all of that in 22. We're going to request the same amount in 23, and that supports tree removal, crack sealing, deer carcass removal, equipment rentals, fuel system maintenance and repairs, welding supplies, our GPS system, and grass cutting. And we put some contracts out this year for grass cutting, and there's some additional contracts that Mr. Harris has asked me to look into for 2023. I will note that we were able to get 81 hazard trees identified by the LTE removed in a collaborative effort with PSE&G this year. It would save the township close to $100,000, averaging $1,500 per tree. Next slide, please. Equipment repair. This is repair to lifts, our boom truck, which has to have a dielectric test every year, any compressors, light towers, just miscellaneous equipment throughout the municipality that we use. We haven't asked for any increase to stay in the same. Radio maintenance, this is repair of our mobile radios. We'll have a conversation with the township manager. We may look to move that into capital because we have to upgrade our system, but that's a different conversation for a different time. And then vehicle repair, our budgeted amount for 2022 was $40,000. You now see it's up to $93,100, and that's all class 1 and 2 vehicle repairs throughout the township were moved into that line. It will be handled through the Public Works Department garage services. Next line. Excuse me. Under streets and roads, B&G maintenance, which is building and grounds. This is repair at DPW buildings, repairs and maintenance. Maintenance, including we did a lot of maintenance out of that 158 account for pools this year, garages, garage doors, fire extinguishers, fire system tests, any general maintenance that has to be done within the facility. We haven't asked for any additional money, but that's what it's for. Our major vehicle repair are class 4s and 5s. Our heavy vehicles over 26,000 pounds. That's the 163 account. A tire for our loader is $700. So when that tire goes, you can see where that money goes. But we haven't asked for any additional monies there, but it covers all of our heavier equipment. Then construction, road. This is road infrastructure repair materials. This would be all of our 3/4 bluestone clean, our DGA, any of our propane, Easy Street, I-5 pothole repair materials, joint tack, and any cutting blades that we would use. We asked for the same amount that we requested last year. Next slide, please. And then other equipment maintenance is repaired to our chipper, our grabber, our ASV repairs, and parts for that piece of equipment, and any small equipment tires like Toros and things of that nature, which are mowers. We're asking for no change in that budget line. So we're asking for a total budget of $352,350, which is about a $40,000 increase over last year's budget, but that number really is related to all of the vehicle maintenance numbers being moved into the 155 account. All right, Sean, next one, please. And snow removal, we have not had a budget for snow removal. We've been working against a snow reserve, which we were required to do. Any monies that were budgeted in prior budget years had to be put into a reserve if they weren't used due to the large storms we had back in, I think, 2012, or I can't remember the year. But we are indicating that we need to actually that snow contractor assistance if required, but that $20,000 would be for de-icing materials. We're going to need to, we're going to be out of money in the snow reserve account. I'm not sure what the actual number is in there. I believe it's around $38,000 that's left. We've been working against all snow removal repairs, equipment repairs, vehicle repairs, de-icing materials. Everything has been going against that snow reserve for the last 4 years. So this will be the first year in the last 4 or 5 years that we've had to budget any money in snow removal. Next line. And then our major, so that 20,000 should have been in sand and salt. I apologize, it's in the wrong line. Any major vehicle repair, we're not asking for anything there. We think there's enough. We've worked on getting everything together that we think that we would anticipate needing if we had major snow events between now and the middle of the year. And I think we're in pretty good shape in terms of being able to go out and do what we need to do. And so we didn't ask for any additional money in that line. So we're asking for an overall increase in the snow removal account of $20,000 in OE for snow removal. Next, Sean. In stormwater, under training, we're asking for the same amount, and that will be for the new supervisors so they learn, particularly if the new permit is adopted in January, then there are a substantial number of changes or modifications to the current permit and requirements of that permit. And then there's an additional, I think, 19 items that are required that are mostly labor intensive, but they'll need some training to make sure that they understand what it is they're required to do. Licensing and registration, that's an annual GIPD's permit, which we pay. It's $9,000. It's been $9,000 since the inception of the permit in 2004. And then signage for any outfalls, if we're required to label them under the new permit, we have money in there to do that going into 23. And then miscellaneous equipment, and that's really just for our jet vac truck. If we have a problem, we don't really have that many problems with it. And when we do, it's usually a nozzle or hose or a miscellaneous belt or something of that nature. Next line. Under contractual, this is where we get most of our costs for our leaf disposal. This year it was $31,250. I would anticipate that's going to go up about a quarter per cubic yard going into next year, and we can work that math. We also are working under a shared service agreement with the Burlington County Soil Conservation District to do our annual township and non-township owned stormwater basin and devices and outfall inspections, which has been wonderful. It's been a great experience. The reports we get from that organization are excellent. And then also we purchase our vehicle car wash soap, which we're required to, wash all our vehicles internally under that line. And then equipment repair. This is mainly for our leaf vacuums, and then our backhoe and loader, which we use during leaf season, 20,000 in that line. And then we, under vehicle repairs, associated with stormwater activities, tires, hydraulic cylinders, we're not requesting any additional money in that this year. We didn't have any last year. We were fine this year, so we're not asking for any additional monies going into 23. Next slide, please. And our major vehicle repair. This is really has to do with tires, hydraulic cylinders. Most of this associated with our dump trucks that we use to pull the vacs. Our one-man vacs, which are basically hook lift trucks with a unit that's interchangeable with a can for trash disposal. And those cylinders, we go through quite a bit of funds there, and any tires associated with that equipment, we replace them as soon as they get any cuts in them or any damage to them. They have to be replaced, but we're not asking for an increase there. And then our illicit connections. The illicit connection program, there is no requirement other than we annually check 20% in the new permit. It'll be a 20% per year of, we have 208 outfalls. we'll have to do 20% per year over I think it's a 59-month from the PDMA, which is when they adopt the permit. So we'll have to do 20% every year of inspection of those outfalls. So we're actually going to have a reduction of $3,000 in the request for operating budget for stormwater in 2023. Next slide, Sean. So our overall requests, you can see for streets and roads, 348, 350, snow, 20,000, then stormwater, 121,500 for a total of 489,850, which is approximately, I don't have the delta there, but it's mainly the increase in the vehicle costs from the $40,000 that we put in there from basically grouping all the vehicle repairs into one line. All right, next slide. And hopefully everybody's hearing me well. I'm trying to talk through this the best I can. Next slide. Okay, buildings and grounds. Training, this is the facilities department. We'll have new supervisor training and CEUs for certifications that are required for that department and requirements for that position. We're asking for 1,000 for that department going into 23. Books and publishing, this is more for any boiler logs, means books, which are calculating what repair should cost for the department, same as it was last year. And then clothing equipment, this is mainly driven by CBAs. And again, safety equipment, PPE, and first aid supplies for facilities, same line as numbers last year. Next slide. Licensing and registration. Again, some of this number is a reduction. Some of the licensing and registration requirements, like health licensing, a lot of that's just going to be coordinated through the inspections department moving forward, because they're the ones that generate the POs when we were required to get them. Excuse me. That way it's generated through one location. Janitorial supplies, just miscellaneous janitorial supplies you might need throughout the year. $4,600. I think we spent that this year. Again, I'm getting a handle on that budget. So we're not asking for additional costs going into 23. The same thing with small tools, and this is just miscellaneous stuff that they might need for internal maintenance of the buildings, and that's at $1,000. Next slide, please. Medical exams, that's going to be a decrease that's been moved to HR. There are no miscellaneous equipment requirements. Anything that we would need equipment-wise, we'll handle through the Public Works Department. And then equipment that's non-capital, that would be like, if you go into the Kennedy Center, you'll see a scissor jack that they use sometimes to go up and change light bulbs and things of that nature. It's equipment like that we need to maintain and just keep operating. Batteries are expensive, things like that. So that's the 111 account, but there's no increase requested. Next slide. Contractual, which is the majority, the major component of the overall facilities budget, the 132 account. This encompasses all of our pest control services, elevator maintenance, fire protection system work, and this covers all of the buildings. It covers the Public Works Department, it covers the library, it covers the Kennedy Center, the municipal complex, the pools, any physical asset, any right to know requirements. Bottled water, in some of the facilities we have bottled water accounts, our custodial service contract, which you're aware of, HVAC contracts, electrical contracts, and plumbing contracts, and we are going to look to do bidding similar to other organizations to get uniformity in our ability to get that done on an emergency basis and through a contractor with a not to exceed value, like we do multiple other items throughout the municipality. So there has been no requested increase in the contractual line. JFK building maintenance, this is basically specifically anything related to the Kennedy Center, boilers, fire alarm, HVAC, electrical repairs for the remaining envelope, which is your building systems, your doors, things of that nature. No requested increase there. And then equipment repair. That includes our boilers, our fire alarm panels. So there's a lot of different items that are covered under both maintenance and equipment repair. So the repairs would be specifically for items that have to be replaced or physically changed. for that remaining envelope. And that number is at the same as it was in 2022. Next slide. And then B&G maintenance, this is your miscellaneous maintenance such as garage doors, like there's doors in the back of the Kennedy Center, there's some doors in the municipal complex, any locks, glass repairs, fire extinguishers, fire system tests, you know, just your basic maintenance that you're required to do there in a year. We've asked for an increase there of $5,000. And the reason we asked for that increase is because we reduced the building improvements, which is technically when you're doing improvements, if it's got a 5-year life, it's a capital expense. So that number was reduced from 10,000 to 0, and we moved the 5,000 up into B&G maintenance to cover any miscellaneous items that we'd have to do overall throughout the municipality. The next line. Okay, other equipment maintenance. I'm going to have to get some clarification on that. I'm not sure what that actually covers, but there's been no change in that, and I'll get clarification on that and get that information back to Mr. Harris. And then miscellaneous is just for only onesie twosies. If we have to go to Home Depot and grab something, usually that's a Home Depot or a Lowe's miscellaneous stuff, fasteners, Hilti, nuts, you know, basic things that we might need, and nuts and bolts, screws, things like that, that you're not going to buy from, you know, a major change. You just need a box of them. So for the OE budget for buildings in 2022, it was $647,750, and it's a reduction this year of $10,650 to $637,100. That's the request going into 2023's budget. Next line. All right. Thank you. Hopefully, I know I moved through a lot of equipment a lot of information very quickly, so I'm ready for any questions that you may have or anything additional you'd like me to get to Mr. Harris or yourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Council, is there any questions for Mr. Vogel? Looks like you're all clear, Mr. Vogel. I appreciate it. Thank you. I hope you feel better.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you. I'm sorry about the technical problems. They seem to carry through the whole meeting.
Thank you for getting on, even though you were not feeling well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Richard. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. And I think the only individual left would be Ms. Blige.
Yep.
Sean, please. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. We can go straight to the second slide, Sean. Township Clerk's Department, the administrative hub for the township. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 positions. Of those, 5 are vacant. Have done interviews and looking to hire a few people, but until then, that is what we're working with. Next slide, please. I don't have the historical data there, but I'll try to read it as I go. Township awards and dues increase $100. We're requesting $100 more for 2023. And that's for our membership dues for the township, to the league, and municipal clerk dues as well. Went up that $100 just in case that it normally goes up somewhere between $30 and $50 increase a year. Township clerk travel expense, that went up about $1,300. I'm looking at with the new hires that we're going to have. They're going to be going to training, and that's travel expense for them as well as myself. Township clerk office supplies. It actually is an increase of $2,500, but our supplies would normally come through the township by way of the QPA, but the items like the proclamation paper and certificates and the gold emblems, because they are personalized, then I'm told I need to have a budget set aside to get those items. So they come in bulk, 500 to 1,000. So that $2,500 is to cover that expense. The same thing with township clerk printing. Doing an increase of $500 there. Was 3,000 on last year. That printing would be the business cards and survey cards, the proclamation holders, certificate holders, the tablecloth with logo, and our local newspaper where we get our ads out of that we have to keep on record. Now I'm told this township clerk printing that I need to have money in the budget for it because it is personalized. So that is the reason for that cost there. Township clerk advertising, that is our legal ads for the township. That remained the same. Also for township clerk training, there's no change there. The township clerk office supplies, I left that as the same, but that is going to be a reduction of $4,000 because the ADA call bells that they have, 5 is now in stock, and the other 4 or 5 won't be in stock until next year, but it won't be at the cost of $7,000.
I'm sorry, Miss Blodgett, where are we? Are we looking at the right slide?
Township clerk office equipment.
No.
Next slide, I'm sorry, Sean. I'm sorry, Mel.
No problem. Okay, I see it now.
Okay, township clerk contractual. That went up about $37,000. And the big thing there is the election bill. I'm not sure where that election bill was in the past, but that is an annual cost. And I was told I had to put it into my budget this year. I don't know where in the budget it came out of last year. I just know that we paid it last year, and I know that we're getting ready to do a resolution per the QPA for this $27,000 because we should have a resolution for a shared agreement with the county as far as this election bill is concerned. And that election bill is comprised of the voting machines that is rented through the county that they charge us for at the end of the year. The other increase of $7,000 this will be the first year that we have a Oprah attorney for the clerk's office and to take care of Oprah legal costs when we have to go to court. Township clerk miscellaneous. Make sure I have that here. We're asking for a $5,000, just like it sounds, just for a miscellaneous item throughout the year. Next slide, Sean. So in the clerk office budget is a increase of $45,900, counting those items that I had to have a line for according to finance. Registrar awards and dues, that stayed the same at $200. The travel expense, I did take that to $800 because when we get the two registrars, they are going to have to go to training. Registrar printing, took that up $1,500. It was $1,000 last year, and that's for the certified paper, certified envelopes, and business cards. The registrar training, we left that the same. Registrar equipment, no change there. Next slide, Sean. Planning board awards and dues. Took that to $1,500 for the planning board awards and dues. I think they have, it's about $1,100. I think that came out of the clerk account last year, but that is there for the planning board members. Have an $800 travel expense for the board members if they travel to Atlantic City to take classes. Planning board contractual, that is an increase of $18,000, which would include the solicitor, the engineer, and they are going out for a planner this year. And those amounts are just estimate. You all, of course, would have to do the not to exceed, but those are dollars amount that I budget for, subject to your approval. Planning board miscellaneous, $650 for a total budget of increase of $20,950 for the planning board. Next slide, Sean. Zoning board awards and dues, I did the same thing, $1,500 for their dues as well. Took that up, travel expense for $800 in case the board members travel for training. Zoning board contractual went up, increased that to $18,500, and that's to includes the solicitor at $15,000, engineer at $8,000, and zoning board miscellaneous of $650 for an increase of $21,450. Subject to your questions. Thank you very much. Next slide, Sean.
Any questions for Ms. Blige? No. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Blige.
You're welcome, Mayor.
Mr. Harris, that's it?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Blige, and I just
Yes,
want to
sir.
take all this opportunity to thank all of the directors for being thoughtful in their presentations and bringing it forth with clarity. Hopefully that the residents and the governing body get a little more understanding as to the amounts and the rationale behind the requests. All of this information will be compiled for you in your budget books, which I would like to have for you in the next couple of weeks with some explanation as to the different changes that you saw. And I'm just trying to make sure that we have enough finalized information from our finance office so that when we go and make the formal presentation in January, most of this groundwork will have been covered from us to you. After just January 1st, we will present to you the financial side, which we won't have numbers yet until the end of the year, and including the salary and wages components associated with the 2023 budget. And then you as the governing body, of course, will take that, mull through it, and then come up with the final budget that will constitute our anticipated revenues and expenses for 2023. So hopefully we will be able to comprise that and have that completed in March of this year. And then we will continue on with the capital portion, which would be handled separately. And I just am looking forward to a very progressive and productive 2023, where a lot gets accomplished. So, we'll see. Thank you very much for your time and your patience.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to move on to public comment. If there's any public comment, please state your name and address. And you have 4 minutes. Is there anyone in queue? I don't see anyone.
Not at this time, Mayor.
Yeah, okay. Give it a couple more, yeah.
Okay, Beulah Williams.
Ms. Williams, if you're talking, you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, Manager, and the church clerk, and community members.
She said
Good
the
evening.
church clerk?
Yes, praise the Lord.
At the church, amen.
Amen.
Sorry, Township Clerk. I am at number 8 Botany Circle. And actually my daughter was listening, but we understood that there would be no community, no public comments. So, oh, there you are, you're allowed. So, yeah. So I appreciate the budget. A question that comes up, when the budget is ratified, if it's not spent, what happens to that money? And also, when we're talking about the musicians being musicians for, I think, for the jazz, right? How about asking Bon Jovi or people to donate their time, as opposed to, because I heard that there'll be 50,000 more added to the budget to accommodate expenditures. I'm thinking that you're talking about sponsors. Ask people to perform for free. I'm sure some people would. We had a community event, and I want to thank Councilwoman Perone. She was there. Ms. Foster was there with the community luncheon, Thanksgiving luncheon. It was well attended, and we appreciate Councilwoman Perone and Ms. Foster attending from the township. Community members were there, and we just appreciate, the opportunity to serve our community. And thank you for your support. One other thing, I thought it was discussed that the reason why the parade would have fireworks, no, Unity Day, it was because it would be less expensive to use the, we had that discussion, didn't we? And right, that's what I remember. So I think that's one of the reasons why we weren't focusing on the 4th of July this time, because of the expense. And I think I heard it mentioned that you wanted to partner with another community because it would be more cost effective. I think I remember that as well. So I think we're going over a meeting that I think I was in attendance already, and it was discussed that you wouldn't participate in it this time because of the expense. And and I think I even commented that thanks for being so conscientious about how we spend our money. And I think you should continue considering that, be frugal, It's partnering with another community, I think would be more cost effective. This Saturday, we're having another event. It's one of the workshop. It's workshop from 2 to 4 at the Church of the Good Shepherd. We're partnering with, that's our host church. And one of the presenters, he is a guru on starting up new businesses. And he will be there. He'll be there offering his expertise along with others. So if anybody feels inclined to come, you are cordially invited. And God bless you all as you continue to work for the community. I think you all are doing a good job. And I appreciate all of you. God bless you. God bless you. Real good.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Williams.
You're welcome, Mayor.
All right. Call-in listener ending in 7297.
Good evening, Jacqueline Mack, 70 Maplewood Lane. I'd like to say thank you very much to all of the presenters tonight on the budget. I will be very happy when we have something finalized that we can put in our hands and look at and go over and so forth and so on. But thank you very much. I also would like to say one thing, and I'm only going to say one thing. I am really tired of people putting words in other people's mouths. I hope it stops. That is not good for this community. And I ask the mayor to please, when it happens, close down the meeting. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Any more public? Okay, Ms. Williams.
Oh, let's see. Good evening, Mayor McIntosh, Deputy Mayor Whitfield, council members and Township Clerk, Ms. Blygen, Township Manager, Mr. Harris, and community. This is Ms. Williams from 8 Botany Circle. This was a very overall nice meeting, with the exception of the misunderstandings. Want to say thank you for the breakdown. Thank you to Park and Recreations and Human Resources, and of course, our Township Clerk for your anticipated budget for next year. The more we plan, the more effective things will go. My mom mentioned that we're having a Stewardship Day this Saturday. Unfortunately, she said Church of the Good Shepherd, but it's St. Paul United Methodist Church at 201 Veterans Parkway. That's where our new place of worship at is. So please come if you can. In addition to what my mom said, I too want to say thank you to Councilwoman Perrone. I know Councilman Anderson wanted to come, but it was on the wrong day. So just greatly appreciate everyone whenever they can support our community outreach. You guys always make a point of coming out when you can. And we just want to say thank you so much. There's always representation as we all strive to appreciate the hardworking men and women that serve in our community. So may God richly bless you. Have a good evening and may enjoy the rest of your week.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Anyone else for public comment? Okay, it's 8:29 and public comment is now closed. Mr. Harris, can you just provide a little bit of municipal budgeting or Ms. Diggs, little municipal budget 101 in terms of what happens to money that's not spent?
So monies that aren't spent at some point go into the township's reserves.
Mhm.
And when I say at some point, it depends on what happens at the end of the year. If the governing body goes ahead and cancels certain appropriations, then those monies can recycle immediately into township reserves. Otherwise, I think it's 3 years. If they linger in accounts, then they kind of default into reserves at that time. But that's the monies that go into township reserves, which get recycled and used to support a portion of the budget. I believe that you have an ordinance in place that you can appropriate up to 50% of your reserves to the next budget year. So that's what happens to the money.
Okay, I appreciate it. Also, I know there was a comment about free performances for, I guess, functions like the Jazz Festival. Can you just
look into it? Absolutely.
You can look into it. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Anything else from council that I may have missed? There was only a couple of requests. Okay. Moving on to council comment. Any council have any comment for tonight?
Hey, I just want to thank all the directors for their presentations, and that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Any other council member? Well, I just like to say, I do appreciate everyone coming out tonight and participating. I do appreciate the conversation. And thank you, Mr. Harris, for making this happen. You know, I know it is part of the law, but I appreciate you bringing it to our attention and making it happen. And I'm glad to see a lot of residents come and just peek in and join. And try to make sure you understand the conversation, also are made aware of the budgeting process. So I do appreciate your attendance and participation. And go ahead, Councilwoman Perron.
Yeah, I just want to, again, I want us to be mindful that we are representing a community of different culture of people. How I love the Jazz Festival. I love Juneteenth. Veterans Day Parade is amazing. But we need to start incorporating other cultures. And I am not in favor of eliminating a holiday that represents America. Whether we agree with what happened in history, whether we like what happened in history, we are not the only people that live here in Willingboro. And for the record, these are my words speaking. Whether you agree with it or not, those that are listening, hear me clearly. They are my words, not putting words in anyone else's mouth. But I will speak for understanding and speak up if I feel that something should be changed. And I'm not in favor of eliminating July 4th. However, the straw vote was in favor of not recognizing it here in Willingboro. And that is fine. But let's start thinking about the fact that we are a community of different people. That's all I have to say.
All right, anyone else? Thank you. All right, Ms. Belanger.
I need a motion for executive session, please.
So moved.
Second, moved by Councilwoman Perron, seconded by Mayor McIntosh.
Resolution 2022-187, resolution authorizing executive session. Roll call, Mayor.
Yes, roll call, please. Thank you.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perron,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I believe you all have the link.
Yes, thank you.
We got everybody? 1, 2. All right. That's everybody, right? I need a motion to come out of executive session, please.
So moved.
Second. Moved by Dr. Worthy, seconded by Councilman Anderson. Roll call.
Councilman Anderson,
Yes.
Councilwoman Perone,
Yes.
Councilwoman Worthy,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Whitfield,
Yes.
and Mayor McIntosh.
Yes.
I need a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
So moved. Second, third.
Moved by Councilwoman Perone, seconded by Councilman Anderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No
Thank
nays.
you. It is 10:31. We are adjourned.
All
Thank
right,
you.
good night.
Night,